Hello everyone. I would like to welcome you all to the second edition of IEM Conference organized by Local Group Lisbon under the topic Sustainability in IEM. It is a pleasure for me, especially as a member of Local Group Lisbon, to have this event here at home with all of you and with everyone that is participating in the event online and watching us through the live stream. To start the event, I'm going to present to you ESTIEM. ESTIEM, can just a technicality? Thank you. So ESTIEM stands for European Students of Industrial Engineering and Management, and that's what unites us all, the fact that we all study this special degree under the area of engineering. So to begin, today we are here for IEM Conference, one of ESTIEM's events. And the aim of this event is to gather students like us, companies, professors and universities around a common topic to discuss the trends of IEM. This year, for the second edition, we have sustainability in IEM. As I've mentioned. So about ESTIEM. ESTIEM is a non-profit, non-political organization for European students of IEM. And it is a network that is currently represented by 76 local groups across Europe, one of them being Local Group Lisbon, where we are today. And it reaches more than 60,000 students. Apart from this, ESTIEM also counts with a strong alumni network with over 1.5K students. ESTIEM aims then to connect and support the growth and sustainability of European associations of IEM students on the local level, to connect their students to foster relations among them and to develop them personally and professionally. In the end, we want to be the connector of IEM students with an IEM Europe. And IEM Europe is this ecosystem of students, companies, universities, all the associations interested in the field of IEM that we want to unite and for them to cooperate. So in these 76 local groups in 26 countries, we have more than 180 events organized each year and more than 300 travels made by 3,000 travels made by 2,000 students each year. For ESTIEM to work, there is a central layer of ESTIEM coordinated by the Esteem Board. The Esteem Board is composed by 6 members. Here you can see the 32nd Board of ESTIEM. And as Anna said, I'm the current Vice President of Education. ESTIEM offers events to its students. The events are organized by one local group or more, and students from the other local groups attend. And the main purpose is to develop students in, we have gathered 4 areas of events. The first one is academic, where we provide non-formal education to complement the education that students receive in their own universities, covering current topics of IEM through courses delivered by professors, professionals, by companies, through company visits, and to support research and development in the area of IEM. The second area is career development, where we offer competitions, programs related to a specific area of career, and that allow students to develop a certain set of skills, also related to entrepreneurship and case study competitions. The third area is intercultural development, where we aim to foster a multicultural event and to establish connections between students to provide understanding of different cultures. And the last area is personal development, where we aim to develop soft skills and a soft skill learning experience through training events and personal reflection. Apart from this, Esteem aims to have an impact on the IEM Europe, this environment that I mentioned of companies, students, universities, through social environmental responsibility. Esteem puts an effort into educating its members to have a better impact on the planet, and also on IEM education through research projects and development to bring insights in IEM fields. In the end, Esteem is a network of open-minded students with a professional approach. And that's it about Esteem. So right now, in 9 minutes, we will start with the first session, and it will be a roundtable with professors from different universities, and the roundtable will be focused on sustainability projects. So the professors will talk about projects that they have been involved and they have been developing, and explain to us how the sustainability concerns are present in their daily lives. For the roundtable, we will have access through Zoom. There will be the live stream of the room, but you can also access the Zoom call to listen to them and to ask your questions. So see you there.
You should think about it. I guess we'll give one more minute, but and then many still may join, but we'll start in a minute.
And just a reminder that even though we are here in this Zoom room, we have more people watching us from the YouTube transmission that is being made at Esteem channel. So there are more people watching us from there. So we're not here all alone. Okay, I think it's already 9:35, so we shall start. I would just like to thank everyone for being here, taking the time to be here and join us. And I will let Professor Augusto take the session.
Thank you, Joanna. Thank you, Joanna. And again, I'd like to welcome all the participants, all the students and all the professors here to this session on sustainability projects. And this is part, as you all know, this is part of the IEM Conference. And my name is Augusto Moita de Deus, as you can see in the screen. I'm with the Mechanical Engineering Department here at the Instituto Superior Técnico, University of Lisbon. And I'll be the moderator this morning, and we have a distinguished panel of experts and professors in the field of sustainability. And what I will do, I will quickly introduce them, but then I would ask them to introduce themselves. And so we have, coming from France, we have Professor Klara Kovesi, and she's with ENSTA. She's a professor of industrial engineering at ENSTA, Brittany, France. We have also Professor Maria Rosário Partidário. She's with the civil engineering, architecture and georesources department here at Instituto Superior Técnico. We have Professor Tiago Domingos, who is with the mechanical engineering department, again here at IST, Instituto Superior Técnico. And we have also Professor Ana Carvalho, and she's with the engineering and management department of Instituto Superior Técnico. In a way, she's the host professor in a way of this event, because she deals with the students of IEM on a daily basis. So we have an excellent panel. And now I would like you to introduce yourselves, although please don't get, I know you are quite excited to share your project, but perhaps you can share an introduction of yourself, and then we'll get to the project a little later. So we'll start with Klara, coming from France. Klara, can you tell us a bit about yourself?
Good morning to everybody. First of all, congratulations for the organizer of this event. I'm very happy to be here and to talk about this very important subject of sustainability. And I'm happy to meet colleagues from mechanics and pyrotechnic that is exist in my school also. So we exchange about this subject with them also. As myself, I'm, as you mentioned, a teacher in industrial engineering at Bretagne. We have a master in industrial engineering and industrial engineering specialized in maritime management, and so it's a very specific branch. we are very interested in this subject, and I have a very strong personal interest in sustainability, because I think that this is something that we will live in the next decades, and this is something that will occupy, will take the professional and personal life of our students, or their future life. So the whole team behind me in the Athens time was very motivated to do this project and work on this, and including myself, because it's one of my main mission to make improvement and modification in our curriculum and the way of teaching for sustainability. So that's the reason that I am so happy to be here and talk about this subject.
Thank you, Klara. Thank you. Now, my colleague Maria Rosário Partidário.
Thank you very much. I'd like to start by thanking for the invitation to be here. Let me introduce myself. I'm a full professor of planning, urbanism and environment within the Civil Engineering, Architecture and Georesources department. My background is environment engineering and planning with strategic assessment for sustainability. So my engagement with sustainability has been for many decades. And I see just shortly, I see sustainability not as a technology, not as a method, not as an initiative, but as a philosophy of development, sets of principles and directions in terms of where we want to move in terms of future development. So I'll be happy to share some of the projects that I've been involved with shortly. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Professor Tiago Domingos, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you, Augusto. As Augusto said, I'm an associate professor at the Department of Mechanical Engineering, and specifically the Energy and Environment section, together with Professor Rosário Partidário, and in fact, Professor Ana Carvalho too. We're all members of an interdepartmental platform for environmental science and engineering, because we don't have a department in environmental science and engineering at IST. So this option of having a transversal approach where we join people from multiple departments in addressing, both in terms of teaching and in terms of research, in addressing issues of environment and sustainability. And so we have this interdepartmental platform, which joins around 80 researchers and teachers of IST, and which I coordinate. I originally have a 5-year degree, a licenciatura in physical engineering. And then I did my PhD in environmental engineering, and specifically in ecological modeling. Since then, my main approach in terms of sustainability is to have a deeply integrative approach to sustainability. It's what I call a deep generalist approach, based on sound scientific and mathematical foundations, then applied to multiple practical case studies. And that's one of those case studies is what I'll talk about today. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiago. And now my colleague, Professor Ana Carvalho.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. So first of all, it's a pleasure for me to be here because I'm an associate professor at the Engineering and Management Department, but I'm also the coordinator of the Bachelor and the Masters of the Industrial Engineering and Management course. And so it's always a pleasure every year to see this organization of these events from our students. So I would like to thank for all the organization, and now I will introduce a bit about myself. So, and how I started with sustainability. So this came back when I started my research. So I finished my degree of 5 years, as Tiago was saying, a licenciatura, but in chemical engineering. And then in my PhD, which was a joint PhD between the Institute Superior Technique and the Technical University of Denmark, I started working in sustainability. And so I started first trying to assess what could be done in terms of chemical processes. And then I expanded more to the industrial engineering and management part, going to supply chain management and trying to quantify how sustainability can be assessed. So I use the life cycle approaches to have these quantifications, and basically my research for all my life has been in how to put sustainability into practice and how to measure sustainability and see what are the evolution in terms of sustainability.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you to all. And now, what we would like to do, we would like to let the speakers speak. Mainly, they will have the chance to present their projects, especially, of course, this morning we are featuring sustainability projects, and they will present them, and then there will be immediately after each speaker presents his or her projects, there is going to be an opportunity for the audience to ask questions. Okay, so we would like this to be an interactive discussion, and so everyone is invited to do so. You can use your electronic hand. You can use the chat. If you use the chat, please identify who is your target as far as the speaker is concerned, or if just if it's a general question for everyone. But please do that, and we will try to keep these again interactive and interesting. Hopefully, I'm sure with the quality of the panel here, it will be very, very instructive. So we will start with Klara. Klara, would you like to present your sustainability projects?
Yes, with pleasure. So I will share you my screen. Could you see it? Okay, perfect. So this project is a European project, Erasmus Plus project. It's all around sustainability, more exactly the SDGs, the UNESCO Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 goals. And this project applied a very large vision of sustainability, because in this vision we integrate environment, economy, social, and also attractiveness of engineering profession and engineering education and diversity. So the partners of this project was coordinated by Ann Kirwan and by myself. From Finland, Metropolia University of Applied Sciences participated, Aalborg University, Dublin Institute of Technology. That was the 4 academic partners, and after associated partners is the European Society of Engineering Education for the new pedagogical program development. For students representation, it was BEST, Board of European Students of Technology, and for helping us with his panel, it was Universum. Universum is a university branding company from Sweden, from Stockholm. We had 9 associated partners. Between them academic partners, for example, Imperial College from London, or Delft, or Aalto University, some French engineering school representatives like the CGE, or accreditation organization like Engineers Island, Tech, or IDEA. So we were all together 16 organizations in the European organization in this project from 6 European countries. The main objective of the project was the main goal was to create a pedagogical program for sustainable development, and we wanted to do something brand new, an innovative program that is very attractive and motivating for students. So it was a 3-year project, and we have for each year an objective. So the first year in the activity one, we wanted to know about the future roles and the skills, competencies required for engineering students to fulfill the SDGs objectives. The second year, we have investigated students' motivations, values, and their future career plans, how to prepare them better possible for this future professional, for their future professional life. And the third year, we were working on the innovative teaching and learning program. And there were fourth activities, dissemination, because we have written a lot of academic paper and other kind of dissemination, conference paper, or manual pedagogical recommendations. So the first year we started to look in the literature, all that was done about around the sustainable development goal, the role of engineers, attractiveness, future skill, sustainability and diversity. So it was a like of inventory to see what's going on in the European area. The second action was the organization of a 12 focus group in 4 countries, Ireland, France, Denmark, and Finland, with 3 groups with students, academics, and employers. And based on this, all this, the first year, at the end of the first year, we proposed the following theoretical orientation framework that containing the key skills for sustainability for sustainability goal achievement. So you can find in this technical skills, fundamental technical skills, or application skills, non-technical skills like outward facing, outward facing people-oriented skills, or inward facing like the way of thinking. And a third group, that's attitude, includes the worldview and also the character and the ethical orientation of students. So this was a very, very interesting work to do this first framework, to work on it. And in the second year of the project, we investigated the value motivation of young people, but not only engineering students. We put together the result of engineering students and other students, for example, students in humanity, and try to see the differences between the motivation and value of engineering students and the other students. So the first step was a very large qualitative survey in 6 European countries, especially the project participant countries. And the second step, it was a high school survey, because we wanted to know the future generation who will become engineers, who are in the high schools, but they are thinking about this. So it's a kind of future perspective. So the survey was very large. You can see in the 6 countries, Sweden, Ireland, France, Finland, Denmark, and Belgium. The first number, for example, for Sweden, 25,000 of students. It's the whole student population we have investigated, asked in Sweden. And the second number, the 1,067, it's the number of engineering students. So you can see that it was quite a representative survey. We asked the students about their career goals, about their perception about their soft skills, and how these soft skills could be improved. And also we asked them how they consider the attribute of their future employer. So they asked them where they would like to work, in which condition, and what is motivating for their future careers. It was very, very surprising, the results, because engineering students nearly in all the 6 countries gave the same answer, and because they would like first of all a very good balanced life between professional and personal life. And also the second very important thing that they are motivated and they want to work as an organization for the good cause, for a good goal. They will contribute. They would like to contribute to the achievement of sustainability goals. That is very important in their choice of future career, future employer. And for the skills, we investigated the soft skills mainly and the improvement, and we put together, we compared it to the theoretical framework. So the second step was a national survey in high school, 16-year-old people about their acceptation and their value and motivation of sustainable development goal. That was quite similar, even stronger than engineering students and the university students. This is a new generation that they want to contribute even stronger. So it's a very interesting result that we have. So the third year, that was this year, because we have just finished the project, we conducted a survey at European universities, more exactly 12 European technical university engineering school, and we asked them how to teach sustainability skills and competencies. And also we investigated students and their perception about the teaching and learning of sustainability subject and sustainability methods, etc. So these results are not yet published. We are writing it, and we are working very hard on it. So I can't give you references for the moment and the main results. But the first side that we have, that in Europe we have very different, very various approaches in the way of teaching and learning sustainability. And students, they are motivated to get to have a kind of integrated sustainability teaching and learning. That means that they would like to have sustainability integrated in their subjects, in their topics, in the curriculum. So that was the quick overview of this huge project in the last 3 years. So I try to give you a very quick view and very quick idea of what we have done in the last year. So thank you for your attention, and I will be very happy to answer to your questions.
Thank you, Professor Klara Kovesi. Yes, now I would like to see some questions coming from the students or even from the panel. I launch here a question here in the chat as a challenge to the students. Okay, Clara Pedroso, please. You have to unmute yourself. Okay, Clara.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead, Clara.
I was just wondering, how did you get like all the contacts from so many universities that you talked about for interviewing the students and everything?
That's an excellent question. So first of all, we had academic partners. You have seen that we have 4 academic partners in the project, contractual partners, and 3 others in between the associate partners. So we have investigated, for example, students in this academic institution. We have investigated students, for example, BEST, the network of BEST was very useful because this is a very huge network, and they helped us for the student survey, for example, last year. And also we had a very huge panel that's thanks to Universum, because they are professional of this kind of surveys. So we have different source of contacts. And also we had networks also, for example, in CEFI we can, for example, for the teachers and university context, we can very easily contact teachers, because it's the member of CEFI, it's mainly teachers in engineering schools and leading universities in Europe. So it was quite, it wasn't a complicated question to do this. It wasn't the most complicated to contact them, but the questions was very good. So in a project, I think that diversity is very important to take in our project the most diverse people, because this is the basic background to set up a very good network for the project.
Very good, very good. Actually, I have a follow-up on that. So how far are you of the completion of the project? Are you midway, closer to the end? And if so, so do you plan to continue, or to really kind of renew the project again and include more partners in the future? What are the plans?
So this project will be, so the framework that we developed will be used, and it's very, very funny, because this morning, just before this roundtable, I had a meeting for a future project that will be given in next week on Monday. And your institution will be included also, but it's a very huge project with, if I remember right, it's 36 participants. So, so there is a future for this, and all these results will be used. And this result, we use this result, for example, the pedagogical program. In Athens, Bretagne, we introduce new courses. For example, the courses of creative thinking or future thinking in English. That was developed in the framework of this project. So we don't. It was for us. It was only a first step.
Very good. We heard it here first, so thank you. And before we move to the next speaker, we have Joana Vaz. Joana, please, your question. Let's see if we can hear you. Joana. Okay,
hello.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Your question.
Okay. First of all, thanks, Klara, for the presentation. It was very interesting. And I would like to ask for everyone watching this presentation, how can we be a part of it? Is there any contribution that us as individuals can have for this project? In the part of the, like, after you collect the data, if we...
Thank you, Joanna. It's a good question. So for this project, we have a lot of partners for the moment, and you are part of the project because your organization it's one of the leader of the project. But I couldn't tell about more because it wasn't submitted. It will be submitted only the next week. So your university, if I remember well, was in the project. If your question was about student organization, so for example, BEST, they are in the project because I have the responsibility to coordinate students' organization and CEFI activities. And when the project was set up, the ESTIEM project, BEST, they were there and they proposed to be involved. So I was very happy to involve BEST. And for BEST, it was a very good source of financing because students were, BEST students, they make a lot of contribution, but they were paid for their work. So this is a huge amount of money for BEST to use for several things. So for the next time, if I don't know if your organization, your students' organization would like to participate in this kind of project, you have to let it know for CEFI partners, for people who are coordinating this kind of project. I think that it could be only beneficial for a student organization like ESTIEM, this kind of project, not only financial benefits, but beneficial for the reputation, for your institutional reputation, for your institutional network also. So this is something that that is very valuable. And I think that BEST would like also to renew this experience, because I was very happy with working with the BEST students, and really the contribution that they did. It was beautiful. It was brilliant. I was happy with this. So in this kind of project, involvement of the students, it's an added value for me. But I have to recognize that it's not systematic, and not the project coordinators don't think about this generally. In my school, I was the first person who wanted to involve students. So generally, it's not done in European project. It's something new. It's a new approach, because I think that if we applied a student-centered approach in the education, that's mean that in our project we have to involve students and students' organization.
Very good, and I think they want to be involved. And proof of this is an event like the one that we are in right now. So thank you, Klara, and a little later we'll listen to you again. So students, if you want to have extra questions to Klara, please keep that in mind. Now we move to Professor Maria do Rosário Partidário. Please, would you like to share something about your sustainability projects?
Thank you very much. Yes, I'd like to share just a few, give you an idea of some of the projects that that we have running in terms of sustainability, and maybe I'll start with the most recent one, which is actually still through the administrative processes, is a Horizon European funded projects that we coordinate, and we've just recently heard that we got this funding called BioValue. This BioValue project aims to upscale opportunities for valuing biodiversity in support of the various EU strategic policies, not only biodiversity 2030, but also the European Green Deal and others, Territory 2030 as well, through transformative changes in spatial policy making and planning practices and infrastructure development. So the idea here is to bring together three types of instruments: spatial planning, environmental assessment, and economic and financial instruments to value how biodiversity is being addressed, is being managed, and we'd like to lead in this project to a number of recommendations to improve practice, improve action, which values biodiversity, and have, of course, the sustainable development goals as the benchmark that is intended to be reached with all these efforts. So this involves 7 partners, including academic partners and small and medium enterprises, as well as the administration, namely municipalities, who will be running the practical, the empirical component of the research, and engages 4 different countries: so Portugal, Denmark, Italy, and Germany. So that's the most recent one. Then other projects, for example, one project that I'm involved with and runs under Danish funding called the DREAMS. The DREAMS project is called the Digitally Supported Environmental Assessment for Sustainable Development Goals. It's a very interesting project, mostly with Danish team members, and aims exactly to use environmental assessment instruments to transform digitally the way that society accesses and communicates information about the environmental impacts of projects and plans and how these are driven by or are targeting or assessing the Sustainable Development Goals. Another one is a project that we have been running, a national project, FCT, which is about social innovation strategies for sustainability transition. This is actually a project that it's almost about to finish, another 3 months and it closes. It is about social learning and innovation as factors that drive transformative change in socio-ecological systems for community development. So in this case, it's 3 universities, ours, Lisbon IST, University of Aveiro, and University of Évora. And we have, each of us have 2 specific case studies with communities, different types of communities. One of them is, for example, the Fisher Ladies in Aveiro Association, and the efforts that they have been developing to develop their activity and their leadership in terms of their fishing activity, promoting sustainability. And the purpose of this has been exactly to understand, learn from cases on the ground, and try to come up exactly with recommendations, with an action plan for helping to engage more the communities, create the capacities, and use the capacities in sustainable actions. Another case, which is an older case, and I thought that I've just included it here in this selection because I thought it might be more interesting for the environment, industrial engineering management students. It is a project we had with the Business Council for Sustainable Development in Portugal. It was the creation of an index and an observatory of business sustainability. This was back in 2009. We have created the index, we have created the observatory, and for 5 years, 5 consequent years, we have measured the performance of companies. And it was quite interesting. There was quite a good adherence from different companies in Portugal. This was mainly a Portuguese project. But eventually the top management of BCSD changed. And with that change, it changes also the spirit and the direction. It's not the one at the moment in place, it was before this. And at the same time, we have concluded through the running of the index that we needed to improve the index so that it could be more selective, right? And the companies didn't like, because that would imply that the rating and the scale that was being considered would change and would be more reduced, and companies didn't like. And these 2 things together have motivated the end of the project. Other than that, we have a number of projects of strategic environmental assessment, strategic assessment for sustainability, both with private companies, national companies, such as, for example, the investment plan for the electric grid, or municipal plans or regional plans. And in those, for those projects, we've been using a methodology that I have developed back in 2006, called the ST4S, which is Strategic Thinking for Sustainability, which is a methodological framework to enable strategic thinking for sustainability within the application of sustainability assessment. Now, I'll just close with, after hearing Klara with such encouraging experience with students, I just wanted also to refer that even though many of these projects always engage 1 or 2 students that we engage to collaborate in different parts of the project, either in more fieldwork experiences or activities, or even in reviews, literature reviews, for example, or a different type of aspects. One of the things we do very often is exactly within the courses that I run, we sort of translate the part of the project into an exercise, into a project exercise that the students will run. And they know that they are doing this, and that will be not part, because in fact it's not part, but it is done in the framework of the project. So they actually benefit from a number of elements, such as, even scientific advances, methodological advances that then they will apply in their specific project. So that has been also a way of engaging, and of course the students love it, and that's one of the things that I really like. And I'm sometimes I envy my colleague Ana Carvalho for having such a fantastic group of industrial engineering and management students. They are so keen to always have these initiatives and in this direction. So congratulations, by the way.
Thank you, Maria do Rosário. So now we would like to welcome questions regarding these projects. Okay, Joana Almeida.
We actually have a question in the chat, the live chat of our YouTube channel.
Project website.
No, that's not it. It's another one. So Francesca Dorzo, I don't know exactly where in the presentation this person asked this, because I've just seen the question, but it said, do you have any concrete example of the first project, digitalization?
Well, the second one I mentioned, it's the DREAMS project, the digitalization. We don't have, there's a number of activities going on in relation to digitalizing elements of an environmental assessment process. Not only, of course, the reports, which have been the first to be digitalized many years ago, but in terms of cartography, in terms of data that is collected within the context of the environmental assessment, and which is made available through the websites, namely of the proponents of projects. In this particular project, we are developing, this has been very, very interesting. Still doesn't have any application. We're working on that. There is, however, a paper that's been published, and I can share that in the chat. In the chat in a minute. It's a paper that we have published exactly in relation to the Sustainable Development Goals and how this project is addressing Sustainable Development Goals and connecting to the environmental assessment in different stages of the environmental assessment. That's published. But other than that, we are producing both what they call a baseline, which is they do make a repositorium. So they've done a fantastic work. Actually, I'd like to do that in Portugal, and I have said that already. So I need to speak with my colleagues from informatics, because I need their skills, and then get perhaps students to be engaged, because they have looked at several reports of environmental assessment, and they picked up on not only keywords, but sentences, which names I cannot remember what they call it, but sentences in which they have analyzed how 3 different topics, which are climate change, biodiversity, and health, how these 3 are being considered in the environmental assessments. This was digitalized, and they have created this repositorium. So for, I don't know how many, but it was like hundreds of reports. This analysis was done, and it was a starting point to see how these 3 themes are being considered. Then the other thing they're doing, they are creating what they call the CAUSA. And the CAUSA is a tool, an assessment tool, which is digitalized. And CAUSA is going to use what they have extracted from in the repository and is going to try to assess digitally the different reports. Okay, so this is a process that is still ongoing, and therefore there's no final example yet. There will be, hopefully, in about 1 year or so, but it's a major piece of work, and it's very, very interesting. So, but I can share also the link for the project, for the website of the project, and then whoever is interested can follow what becomes available there.
Thank you. Thank you. So more questions. More questions. Francisco.
Hello. First of all, thank you for your presentation. And I was curious, do you get some kind of support of the governments or like the European Commission? Do they help you, give you like access to some tools?
Some tools.
Yeah, or I don't know, do they help you in your process?
The first project I mentioned is funded by the European Union, okay? And it's 2.5 million, so it's quite significant. The second project, Dreams, is funded by Danish money. So it's Denmark, Danish innovation, something like that. Then Trust is funded by FCT, which is national Portuguese money. And then the Sustainability Index was funded by Business Council for Sustainable Development, even though it was a very minor fund. And then the application of the strategic thinking for sustainability is funded by the various companies that have got environmental assessment, companies and municipalities or regional authorities. So normally there's funds whenever you have a product to offer, okay? You don't have funds every time you have a product, but to have funds, you need to have a product, okay? Or you need to promise an outcome in the product. And so these certainly have been funded, because otherwise it will be difficult to have this magnitude of research ongoing if you don't have funds for that.
Very good, very good. So we'll, like I said before, we will have a chance to go back to our speakers a little later, but now we move on, and we like to invite Professor Ana Carvalho to present a project now, although some of the students may be aware of them, but some might not. So please, Ana, you have our attention.
Thank you. First, I was not thinking to share a presentation, but then since we are in Zoom, maybe some pictures will be helpful. So I will share some slides if I'm able here. Yes. Okay, so I brought here some projects that I have been involved, and I tried to bring some of them that have a practical application, that you can see some practical results, so that you don't think that we just work on some theories about sustainability and that we don't come up with something concrete. So that's why I select these projects. So the first project that I bring here, it's something that I have been working now for several years. And it's a work that I have been doing together with Ana Clara Marques from Serena, and which is a research center. And I'm from Segist, which is another research center. And we have been collaborating in trying to do plastic valorization. So what we have been doing together is trying to pick up some waste from plastic, different types of plastic, trying to do some chemical assessment on the quality of the plastics that we have, and try to see the ones that would fit to move forward into a process that will translate and transform the plastic into pellets, and these pellets into 3D printing filaments. And then we are printing new products with this 3D printing technology. And what we want is to create products that are very simple, which are correlated with the frugal innovation theory, where we try to do with very low amount of materials and very simple technology. We try to do something that is useful for the community. And so basically we have some good results, some results that are not so good, but we have attained some results. So we have printed some products with these filaments that we have produced. And we are continuing working on this, where we try to really see how we can close the loop of collecting the waste, classifying the type of plastic and the quality of waste, and then see the ones that can go through the 3D printing and printing the products. So this is one project that many of students have been involved from different fields. So from the chemical engineering department to the industrial engineering department, and also in the industrial engineering department, in this project of the plastic valorization, we have been also defining the logistics system to collect the waste and to take the waste to the places where we can transform it. Okay, another project that has been also in collaboration with Serena is with Rui Galhães. So me and Rui are working in this cigarette butt valorization in a circular economy perspective. And so we had some students that have been in the lab using the cigarette butts, the virgin ones without being, who has not been used, and the ones that have already been used. And we had produced through a set, you see here, the process. So through a set of operations, okay, chemical operations, that we have come up with the bio-oil. And this bio-oil can then be integrated to be used as an energy source. And we had very, very interesting results. So we got very interesting results that even the used cigarette butts gave very good capacity, in energetic capacity, to be used as a bio-oil with very good quality. And so we are continuing doing some tests on how we could implement this. Also, we had some students from industrial engineering course working in the logistics side. So there was the student with us did the optimization model to see where should be the collection points of the cigarette butts, since it's something that you usually don't have a specific place to put, or when you have it, there is not a collection site and a collection flow that it's very well developed. So we developed the optimization model that would define how you should locate the collection points and how you should do the logistics part of transportation of these cigarette butts to a facility that would be a factory where these cigarette butts would be integrated to the production of the bio-oil. So this is a project that it's still going on, and it's really interesting, the results that we got. Another project that I would like to bring here is also a collaboration with Serena, Segist, which is our research center. For Tania Ramos, Ana Povo, and myself, we are all from Segist and from the engineering and management department. And Luís Reis from MidMec also is involved in this project. And this project, which is called Mobile Pro U, this project had the following objectives. So first of all, we had the mechanical and biological treatment plants in Portugal, all over Portugal. And we had to go and characterize the glass that was still available in the undifferentiated urban waste. So the traditional waste that we have, there is still glass there because people do not recycle everything, as you know. And to attain the targets of recyclability to glass in Portugal and also in Europe, you had to pick up this glass that people do not put in the right place. We have to pick up the glass and try to collect it and go to the flow of recycling. So the first thing that we had to do was to go to all these mechanical and biological treatment facilities to collect the waste, the heavy waste where the glass is. And so basically these pictures that you see here and these people are us, okay? We went to the facilities to really pick up the waste and the garbage. And then we had to go to the lab, and it was here at Tagus Park. We did a collaboration with the chemical engineering department who facilitate the lab, the chemical lab, where we had tons of waste there. And we went to the lab for a month. Students, myself, I spent a lot of time in the lab separating just what was the glass from the other materials that could not be recycled, like stones, rocks, dust, some biomaterials that were there. So we had to do that analysis to characterize the amount of glass that we have in each facility in the country. And this would give, as industrial engineering, for you as future industrial engineering, this would give a characterization of the amount of glass. So basically the amount that it was available for then be collected and be transformed. So this was the first stage. And then the second stage was done by the mechanical engineering department, by IEM, this research group. They had to develop a factory inside a truck, and this truck would go from facility to facility to collect the glass that it was in the differentiated garbage. So first it was a characterization. Based on that amount, we would know how many trucks, how many factories, mobile factories we would require. So in mechanical terms, we built a factory inside a truck, and this truck was going from one place to another. Why was that? Because the amount of glass that we had was not enough to open a facility which was fixed. So we had to move the factory in order to be profitable, this solution. And then from our side, we were also part of designing this logistics system. So we had to define when the trucks should be where, for how long the trucks would be there, how many trucks would be required, if there was any facility that had enough glass in differentiated urban waste that justifies to open a facility in that place. And we did all these analysis. This was a work done to the Sociedade Ponto Verde. So basically, these results were helpful for them to know how they could achieve the targets for recyclability of glass. Okay, another project that I bring here, as you can see, many collaborations. So collaborations with other people in Serena also, Maria João Pereira, who is the leading of this project, and some other members of Serena, and myself and Andrea from Segist. So what were we doing in this project, which is called Islands? So this project is financed by the United Nations, the UNEP for environmental protection. And basically what they want is to do a characterization on the chemicals, hazard chemicals, and the waste that contains hazard chemicals. And basically what we need to do in this project is to really go and do a field work to try to characterize how many products do they have in their countries that contain these chemicals, and how do they do this disposal. Of these countries that we are talking about should be in islands in the Atlantic. So we were looking at 3 countries, São Tomé, Cabo Verde, and Guinea-Bissau. And we went to all the 3 countries to look what was happening and to do many interviews and to collecting the data, primary data, to analyze what is the situation. So the idea from this project is, based on the situation that these countries face, we would propose some implementation plan on what are the facilities that they require, what are the procedures that they require, what is the legislation that they require to change in order to be able to collect these chemicals and to have a correct disposal of these chemicals. So you can see here some pictures of the field work that we have done. So we have contacted many NGOs. Here in the bottom you can see NGOs that were trying to collect waste and trying to give a new life in a circular economy perspective with products. A lot of focus group that we have done in order to discuss what was the situation in the countries and what could be done, and many dump sites that these countries have open air, in an open air, and they don't have landfills even to put these products. So basically everything is burned. I don't have here the video, but we have a video where we went to the dump site, and in the dump site it was like hell. It was like smoke everywhere, so all the chemicals, everything being burned without any control. So that's really a bad situation that puts in risk the health of the people that live nearby, like 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers away. There are people living, and many people, as you might know, go there and live just picking the garbage from there. So they are kind of breathing the smoke that the garbage is producing like every day. So this is another example. I think I would finish here, because then I will let Tiago talk also, and we might have some time at the end. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know if there is any question from the audience. Klara Pedroso, yes.
Yes, I actually have two questions. The first one is about the cigarette butt valorization. You said that you are doing experiences on used cigarette butts and non-used, and I was wondering, like, for a circular economy thing, you would just want to use the used ones,
yes.
right?
Yes, okay. Yes. We are just comparing, because the used ones, they have many toxic components that should be considered, and that could compromise also the energy recovery that you could bring from the oil and the quality of the oil. So we were testing, having, okay, what would the virgin one give and what would the used one give? And what we saw is that the results are pretty similar, and these chemicals were not influencing of course we had some pre-treatment, but it was not influencing the final result on the quality of the oil. That's why, but the idea is just to use the used ones, not the new ones.
Okay. And the second question is about the Islands project. So this can be really hard, because all these processes in these countries have to be, I don't know, you have to talk to the government and everything. And how are you planning to do so?
Yeah, we already did. So we went there and we talked with the ministries to see what was the legislation that they already had, and to see what were the plans that they had. So we kind of told them that this project, because this is the first part of the project, there will be a second part, which is the implementation, and there is some funding for the countries that they can use. So we were contacting the government entities to explain what is the necessity of these, and that they can have this amount of money to improve their facilities and to improve their processes. So this, it was not surprising. I would not say surprising, because the reality in these countries is completely different. And when they hear that someone want to help them, and that some money might arrive to their country, they are quite open. So they were really free to talk about this waste situation. And I was kind of surprised, because waste is something that no one likes to talk about, and it's a very sensitive topic. So in the beginning, they were not very open, but then when they saw, okay, money might come, they were very helpful, and they discussed all of this with us. I would just say that we also contact, for example, the customs to know how many chemicals they are importing and if they are exporting the waste. and those were not very collaborative because they thought we were going there to do some kind of inspection of what they were doing. And so they didn't really want to pass the information. It was a kind of a sensitive situation that we had to do. But it was quite well. Also, it depended on the countries. So, for example, Cabo Verde, they are a bit more evolved than the other two countries. So they were a bit more closed. They were not so open.
And just a question, will you have like any way to guarantee that the money that comes from that goes to the country to be used to this will not be used to do another thing?
That's a very good question. And that's a very problematic situation in these countries. And that's also part of this part of the project. So we had done a stakeholders analysis and we had done a stakeholders engagement plan that says, okay, if the money goes to this country, what should be the flow? Which are the stakeholders that should be involved to ensure that this money is really well spent, let's say. And so we have to use the United Nations Development Program that they have there to receive the money and then to pass to the entities, but ensuring that something is going to be done. For example, also FAO, because FAO is more in the agricultural side and they can control more the pesticides and all these chemicals that are used in the agriculture. So we have to identify there locally what are the entities that can receive the money, that the money can be spent. Because otherwise, if it goes directly to the government, we know that sometimes it's not. And that was something that it was highlighted by many of the stakeholders that we have interviewed. So locally, they were saying, be careful where the money goes because it might disappear and it might not be used as we want.
Okay. So time is flying, and it was very nice to hear Anna talk about materials. Many of you in the audience know me from exactly that topic because I'm your former teacher of material science, but also some management and some financial insight was also very good. So now we move to Professor Tiago Domingos. So please talk us about your project.
Okay, Augusto, thank you. So let me try to be brief, which for those of you in the audience who know me is quite a challenge, but I'll work on it. So, and I think I thought the most interesting thing here would be to do this in a story-like mode. And going back to when I was a student, a fifth-year student, as I said, physical engineering. And at the time, my family had and has a farm near Covilhã in the center of Portugal. And basically a kind of family ultimatum was made to me. Either I took care of the farm or the farm was sold. And what I did at the time, and this is first thing that might be interesting for industrial engineering students, is that I was a member of Junitec, the association which was created a few years before, so in the 90s, by students of IST and which is still working. And it's called, so it's the Junior Enterprises Association, and it aims to promote entrepreneurship in engineering students of IST. And it's very interesting because it's things are very much autonomously at Junitec. So students come up with the projects they want to do and they develop them. And so at the time, I benefited from this environment at Junitec to create a startup called Terra Prima agricultural company. And in a second, you'll understand why I made this caveat. And I did it together with a few friends and also with a local farmer who had been working on the farm itself for a few years. And right from the beginning, and this was 1993, we wanted to take an integrated and sustainable approach to farming. And so we weren't, and I personally wasn't looking for just keeping the farm in the family, although that was the original motivation. And one of the first things we did, and there have already been questions here, and namely to Professor Rosário Partidário on funding for projects. In '94, we submitted a project to the LIFE program, which is a funding stream which still exists from the European Commission. The project was called MISART, integrated modeling of a sustainable environmental, rural, and tourist system. And the idea was exactly to take an integrated approach to this small landscape, which was this farm, which is called Quinta da França, and apply a series of sustainability analysis tools to develop solutions. And we used tools from biophysical planning, energy systems analysis, life cycle assessments, and a host of other things. We've had a very interdisciplinary team with architects, biologists, engineers, economists, hotel managers. It was about 20 different people. And so right from the outset, the idea was also that if you want to have an integrated approach to sustainability, you have to be interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, and above all, transdisciplinary, which means that, and to use a metaphor that people sometimes use about this, is that problem frequently in science is that you need to avoid being the man with a hammer for whom everything is a nail. So it's not that you shouldn't solve problems just because of the tools you have. You should focus on the problem and really in a very omnivorous way, look for all the tools, all the frameworks, all the approaches that might be relevant for that. And for that, you need a transdisciplinary approach where you don't see things in disciplinary silos. You really see all of knowledge available to you. So that's, I think, is one very important component of how we've been doing things since then and until now. And another component is to have a very fruitful cycle between being hands-on, and this is as hands-on as you can be, because since 1993 I have been managing this this farm, but making all the loop from that to the fundamental scientific challenges and engineering challenges that raises, and then coming back to really fundamental science issues. If I have time, I'll touch on one or two of those fundamental scientific issues that we've come up with. So I was at 1995, so this project ran from 1995 to 1997. It was quite interesting. We had very interesting results. At the time, one of the things we found was that sustainability approaches to the rural world required also a close connection to consumers. And so in 1998, we submitted successfully a new application to the LIFE program, which was called Land States, Sustainability of Tourism and Agriculture through Consumer Involvement, and which involved creating a link between the farm in Covilhã and consumers here in Lisbon in a neighborhood called Telheiras, and where we established a direct commercialization link where we were bringing lamb and veal from the farm to Telheiras and selling it to consumers at quite good prices, I must say. So it was economically, it was quite interesting. And the other main thing is that so this was 99, 2000, and we were bringing these products to consumers together with a small environmental impact statement. I hope Professor Rosário Partidário is happy with the idea. Well, I can't do this, but later I can send to you if you're interested. We had a small leaflet, which was a small environmental impact statement already, in fact, of impacts and benefits, so that consumers were aware of the full life cycle from the farm to the slaughterhouse to transportation to what happened at their home. In fact, the back of the leaflet had a recipe for how they could cook the lamb. And so this was quite successful. This was in a shop in Telheiras called Horta Telheiras. This ran for 2 or 3 years. In a second, I'll talk about that. But apparently people tell me that they still know about the lamb from Terra Prima in Horta Telheiras. So as I was saying, and now this is, I think, is an important message for industrial engineering students, so that in terms of leveraging all the economics that you learn in the course, which is, well, the economics and management that you learn in your degree, which was that we were selling at a very good price, but in fact, we weren't making a very significant profit. And the problem was the problem of scale. The problem is that we didn't have enough scale just with one farm to make this economically viable. So the thing would be certainly viable at a larger scale. And so on this understanding, we went on to our third LIFE application, which we submitted in 2001, and which was called Extensity, Development on Environmental and Sustainability Management Systems in Agriculture. And in that project, we gathered 10 farmers, or 9 plus us, in our approach. Some of these farms are quite well known. It's like Companhia das Desírias, which is close here to Lisbon, or Herdade do Freixo do Meio, of which some of you may have heard, with Alfredo Cunhal Sendim, who's been doing this type of commercialization that we started in Telheiras in 2000. He was, and this is his words, I'm just citing him, inspired by what we had done in Telheiras, and he's been doing now for 2 decades this type of door-to-door commercialization, which is easier for him. Well, easy is not a word. It's less difficult for him because he's building on a much bigger agricultural area. So in this project, we expanded. We wanted to have sustainability management systems. We did the first sustainability reports of any farm in Portugal ever. In fact, one of the first sustainability reports in Portugal anyway. And it was precisely with Alfredo Cunhal Sendim and Herdade do Freixo do Meio. In this project, we were also looking for sustainable land uses and sustainable practices that we could broaden to all of Portugal. And it was in this project that we started studying very closely something called the Zone Permanent Biodiverse Legume-Rich Pasture System, which I don't have time. I'm keeping track here of my time, and I don't have a lot of time. So, but in the questions, I can say a little bit more about the system. But the thing that I want to emphasize is that what we did, and this is, as everything before, this was always done involving a lot of researchers, masters and PhD students at IST. And namely this was the focus of 2 PhD theses that I supervised. We identified the environmental benefits and impacts of this system, and we namely identified its enormous capacity for increasing soil organic matter, and hence protecting soils from desertification and simultaneously removing carbon from the atmosphere. And with that, and this was research done here at IST, we created another company called Terra Prima Environmental Services, which is officially considered and recognized as an IST spin-off. And in 2008, we applied to a government policy instrument called the Portuguese Carbon Fund. And with this policy instrument, we applied to become intermediaries in environmental services. And that's why the company is called Terra Prima Environmental Services. Essentially, we made a contract with the Portuguese government such that the Portuguese government paid us to pay farmers to use this pasture system and other practices so that they would remove carbon from the atmosphere, hence providing an ecosystem service which is valuable to society and which was paid by the Portuguese government through the Portuguese Carbon Fund. These projects were extremely successful. We involved 1,100 farmers on 115,000 hectares in Portugal. So this was essentially Alentejo, Beira Interior and Ribatejo. And so the contracts we made were covering 5 to 10% of the agricultural area in these regions. The projects were recognized by the European Commission in 2013 as the best climate solution in Europe in the World You Like with the Climate You Like contest. And so our scale was going up. As you see, we started working with 1 farm, then 10, then 100, then 1,000. Meanwhile, this type of support from the Portuguese Carbon Fund stopped, and we moved to, we built on what we already had, all this connection, this very close connection between research and application. And since 2014, when these projects ended, we've been developing a whole suite of decision support tools to allow farmers to have more sustainable practices in these areas, maximizing their carbon sequestration in soils. We are now working, so we're working with pasture-based systems. So we're working with cattle and sheep grazing on pastures. We want to reduce their methane emissions. We have just now started, and this is really fresh news. It's 1 month ago, we installed the first measurement system in Portugal for measuring the methane that cattle emit on pasture. So we have the cattle in our farm, and they go to a special device. It's an American thing that we brought from the US, and we can measure exactly the methane that they are emitting, and so we can optimize and there's a whole optimization and talking to industrial engineering students, that's I stress that keyword. There's a whole host of optimization issues that we have to deal with. And we want to optimize the feeding of the cattle so that we minimize methane emissions and we optimize in terms of economic costs. So it's in fact a multi-objective optimization problem. And we're doing this in a big data fourth industrial revolution approach. So besides the methane emissions, we have GPS collars on the cows, knowing where they're going and what they're doing. We're using remote sensing with satellites and with drones to know the condition of the pasture so that we can optimize the extra feed that we give to the animals, knowing what they're getting from the pasture. We're doing precision fertilization, placing the phosphorus where it needs to be placed. And then we integrate all of this in a decision support tool that does a greenhouse gas balance and a life cycle assessment of whole farms, allowing us to determine the carbon footprint and later other environmental footprints in a life cycle assessment approach of milk and meat, and in fact of other agricultural products in the future. And so, yes, in 14 minutes, I traveled from 1993 to 2022, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiago. We would like to welcome questions, but let's do something. So our colleague Ana Carvalho has a class now at 11, and as I said, I would welcome also some concluding remarks. So Ana, would you like to briefly say something else, or actually some opportunity also to have some questions for Professor Ana Carvalho?
I think I just can give a short sentence, let's say, to remark this, to finish this talk. So just to say that I believe that all of you have a huge role for sustainability. And if you think about sustainability not as something that is an add-on, but as Rosário was saying, as a philosophy, as something that should be included in all your actions, in all your decisions, then you will make a difference. And this is what I hope for the industrial engineers. I really hope that you integrate this in your daily life, in your actions, in the companies that you are going to work, and that you can transform the world. So this is my final remark. I will have, thank you very much for all, but I will have to leave in 5 minutes because I will have to give a class.
Thank you, Ana. And now questions for Professor Tiago Domingos. So Maria do Rosário Partidário, please. And then Klara.
No, I was just clapping to what Ana Carvalho was saying.
Klara Pedroso.
I have just one word to add to the words of Anna that I liked a lot. I am very optimistic. I am a very optimistic person. And I would say not only you can change the future, you will change the future because we have no other option. It will happen. So we are here for preparing it. That's my final word, and thank you for this great presentation. I have learned a lot from you.
Very good, very good. You are anticipating the concluding remarks. I know we are approaching quickly the time, but I still would like to have questions for Professor Tiago Domingos. And I have a question. Because, and actually this question refers also to the previous presentation, because we talk about sustainability, and many, we heard a lot of keywords such as biodiversity, environment on the one side, but on the other side, we are here with management students. Sometimes these worlds are seen as opposite. Actually, in your presentations, I didn't see that. For example, in the latest presentation of Tiago Domingos, I didn't see that, but I would like you to comment on that. How can we bring these two worlds together? So the world of finance, the world of management, in a way, always trying to optimize those kind of resources, and then we have the environment, the biodiversity, the earth. How can we bring those worlds together? Tiago, your comments.
Well, I see it at two levels, and let's say, so one side is our responsibility at the university, and so that's I think we're traveling in that direction, and I think that's in the industrial engineering and management degree, and also in the environmental engineering degree, with which Rosário Partidário and myself were involved in teaching and coordinating. I think we're working in that direction to make sure that training of students is done in such a way that for them these are not two different and separate realms, but that there's an integrated framework within which they can see this. I see much further away in places like, namely in Portugal, although they're also starting to travel in that direction, but slowly, and they're much further back in economics and business schools. So that would be my first comment, is in terms of training. In terms of practice, I think it has to be done with projects where you integrate both. I think that in Western societies we've seen very big changes in the last few years, also because people of the age of mostly our audience, in terms of a much bigger environmental awareness, and so people are motivated to bring in this to the forum. And so essentially then what still lies there to be fully integrated is that we need policies where these things, and to use economic language, where these externalities are internalized, and so where you make sure that either through prices or through some other in some other way, environmental concerns are intrinsically integrated into economic and business decisions. And
thank you, Tiago. I fully agree. And that keyword policy is really a key factor here. So I hope Joanna gives me 5 more minutes to have a round of concluding brief remarks, and so perhaps we have the chance also to have questions. So we already have a hand, but let me give the word to Professor Maria Rosário Partidário for some concluding remarks, and then the questions can come, and then we will wrap up the session. Professor Partidário.
I think both Anna and Klara have pointed to two fundamental aspects: the aspect of the philosophy in terms of the future development and what we want the future to be. Klara pointed out that you are the future, and therefore it's upon your hands that the future will become. Tiago has also mentioned something that that sustainability engages multi, inter, and transdisciplinarity, which means that we need to start speaking not necessarily a common language like in English, it can be in several languages, but a language, a technical, academic, social, political language in which we are aligned and we understand each other, and therefore it's based upon collaboration. And collaboration is another word that I would bring up here as well. Not only that, also, for example, out of trust, one of the things that we have learned, and in fact we called it trust, exactly because trust is one of the fundamental aspects that need to lie below sustainability and collaboration and transparency. And so all of these are ingredients that we need to build technology, we need to build an analytical approaches in order to reach this. But if we don't identify these as forward-looking targets that will set us in a given direction, then we might, not be able to reach where we want to get. We might get the tools, but as also Tiago said, I love that example. You don't prepare the reality to serve your tool. You adapt your tools to what is the reality. So therefore, make them adapted to what are the needs. I think this, and I would, support very much all of these initiatives you have as students. I think it's fantastic. I'm very proud that you are students of IST and that IST is being able to show up with your performance as well. And I think I'd like to encourage you to continue.
Thank you, Maria do Rosário. So any question or remark from the students for Professor Partidário or for any other member? Clara Pedroso had her hand up, you know, so I don't know if...
I had a question for Professor Tiago Domingos.
Please, please.
About the project that you presented, I was really interesting. I would like to ask you if, for example, you talked about the, I'm not sure about the name, but the technologies that we imported from the United States to use in the farms to basically optimize the agricultural system. And my question is this something that has been implemented in other countries, or is Portugal like a pioneer?
Okay, thanks for the question, and also that allows me to clarify. So the only thing we imported from the US is a very, very small piece of the whole thing I've been talking to you about, which is the specific system which is used to measure the methane emitted by the cattle, which, by the way, it comes with burps. So it's when they put in their heads to get a little bit of feed. There's a system that captures the air and measures the methane in the air. And yes, that's specifically US technology. Now, one of the centerpieces of a whole strategy, which is what I called our sown biodiverse pasture system, the one that we worked on, that we worked with 1,000 farmers and had it sown on 50,000 hectares. This system is, it's an unfortunately not sufficiently known Portuguese invention by a Portuguese agronomist called David Crespo, who was working on this since the 60s. Then he created a company in the 80s. It's a system which is very interesting because it uses a lot of ecological knowledge, and it does agriculture in a very different way from the way typically modern agriculture is done. So instead of working with a monoculture, he's used ecological knowledge to develop mixtures of up to 20 different species of varieties of grassland or pasture species. And that makes, it's like, again, using an analogy, a good analogy, I hope, for industrial engineering students, it's like a well-designed financial portfolio where you're supposed to have non-correlated different assets so that some go up and some go down when there are crises. And this is the same thing. You have species which are adapted to wet years and species which are adapted to dry years. And then it makes the system very, very adaptable, and namely to climate variability. And this, for example, this component is, this is Portuguese, absolutely Portuguese know-how and development. And the rest of the integration that we're doing with all, the integration of all the items that I described to you, with all the items taken together, that's also unique. There's not really anywhere else where this level of integration is being achieved in terms of all these items.
Thank you, Tiago. Since you're there, any concluding remarks from you? Brief.
Well, I don't really have a lot to add to what I already said, and also my fellow panelists. Maybe just, in fact, just emphasize this importance of having a broad integrative training. And I think that industrial engineering has the potential for this. It may, from my understanding, sometimes talking to students, I think in industrial engineering, students sometimes have the challenge that I more closely know with environmental engineering students, which is that they are expected to integrate a very broad range of knowledge and be capable of seeing it in an integrated way, and not just like an adding up of many isolated units. I think this is a central challenge for industrial engineering students, but I think that if they are able to master it and master these multiple competencies, that gives them the outlook and the preparation for the integrated approach that we need to solve sustainability issues.
Thank you, Tiago. And Professor Klara Kovesi, you're our international guest. So a third opportunity for your concluding remarks. We enjoyed very much having you here, by the way.
It's respectively for myself. I am happy to meet my Portuguese colleagues in the industrial management. It's a rare occasion that we can meet each other, I think. So thanks for the students. And as I said, I consider you students, you are here, like our future, like our perspectives. And I hope we will have a contribution to give you a support to start your career, to start your future with a good background and the right skills. And we are here for you, to help you. So thank you for the organization of this event. That I hope that we will have with colleagues also other occasion, maybe in projects and a future conference to meet in face to face in the real life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Klara. Thank you, Klara. And to conclude, actually, we have many students here. So we look forward, perhaps in a few years from now, to be attending a session of the projects of all these young minds that are here, and that they will be no doubt able to carry this banner forward. So to bring the management and the sustainability together into, of course, a better world and a more sustainable world. So Joanna, the word is with you now, so you can conclude and bring us forward, because I know we have a program to also that we want to fulfill.
Yes.
Thank you, Joanna.
Thank you, Professor Augusto, for moderating this event. Thank you for all professors that took the time of the day and preparing to be here. Thank you to the students who came to see this roundtable. It was a pleasure organizing this. To everyone who can, feel free to come to our faculty in Tax Park and see other events in person and come to our coffee breaks. For those who are not able to be here in presence, there is still in our ESTIEM YouTube channel the live stream of the events. So Professor Klara, you can watch from there if you are not able to come to Portugal right now. So yeah, but the invitation is done, so feel free to join us. And once again, thank you all for being here and for participating in this roundtable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Augusto, for the moderation.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And how you know, we would like to reinforce always the relationship with NEGI, and it's really important for us. We start our relationship, I think, 1.5 years or 2 years ago, and it's all times really good to work with you. Okay. Today we are going to first present the company, Mastercard, and then more specifically our business line inside Mastercard, and then we pass to the part of how to prepare a business case interview, some advices, some tips to take in account to prepare all this process that sometimes it seems so difficult or so stressful, and it's more or less if you prepare as everything on live, it's much easier. Okay. Who knows Mastercard? Yes. Can you tell me what is the business of Mastercard? Why we are so important? Or someone else? I don't know. Okay, but yes, it's saying that we intermediate the payments between the card holders, so the customers, and the merchants. So if we go to a Pingo and we want to pay, if we have a card that it's allowed with the logo, in this case of Mastercard, you will have the transaction process directly. But of course, that's the core business of our company, but we are trying to diversify, to create more business lines. So we also invest and are working together in partnership with different type of startups, fintechs that we think it's a good idea to work with the banks, and also because we have a lot of data that we receive between the payments, we also can use that to help the banks to take the best decisions. It's why we decide we in Mastercard, they decide to create this new business line that it's Mastercard Advisors. So we are going to talk more about Mastercard Advisors. First, we are going to speak about the mother company, that it's Mastercard. So basically, I will present myself, of course. I'm Jaime Lazabal. I'm an associate managing consultant in Mastercard, and today we also have the presence of Vasco Rodrigues. He's an associate consultant. It was your colleague a few years ago, so it's also good to see faces that you can recognize. So basically the agenda for today, it's the introduction of Mastercard, then we will focus in Mastercard Advisors, and then we can go through the value proposition of the company, and then how can you join our company. So after that we can start with the part of the business case. Okay, having said that, So it's an introduction that Apple is not a fruit, Amazon is not a river, so Mastercard is not just a credit card company. We also are a technology company that do much more things. In this case, it's why we are talking. It's Mastercard Advisors. We are doing a lot of things in consulting, strategic consulting, data consulting, PMO consulting, and we have several type of things that we do, and not just related with the payments. It's a successful story because since 2006 to 2020, our share price increases a lot. I think it multiplied by more than 40 times. We have the net revenues that are real impressive, 15 billion. We are present in 210 countries. We perform more than 90 billion of transactions, and we also the volume corresponds to $6 trillion of dollars. So it's a company that it's solid, and I can give that to as an example. When I joined the company, it was before the COVID, and I was maybe. I didn't enter in the company. Maybe right now they don't want me to enter because it's a moment very complicated and they can freeze the entry of people. But that's the good of working in a company as Mastercard, because they are very solid, and if they agree in one thing, they can follow the work. Okay, so. In Mastercard Advisors, basically we have a lot of several topics that are relevant. The core products are the payments, the cards that we have talked. We also have expertise in cyber intelligence, customer delivery, digital solutions is a partnership that we also have with several startups. And then Vasco and I, we are located in the data and services team. What we do is the consulting projects. We are experts in the financial services sector, and we work together with banks. And what the type of project that we do can be strategic. If a bank wants to enter in a new country or wants to launch a new product, we can help them in all this process. If in the data projects, if for example a retailer has Pingo want to launch a new product, we know by experience of the data that we have, this type of product it's more focused and targeted for this type of age, by gender, by location, and it makes more sense to press and do more marketing in these areas. And also we work with platforms that can help us to analyze these type of things. We in the EMEA, we are almost 350 consultants. Globally, we are reaching the 2,000, and we have more than 30 offices around the world. I don't know if right now we can share the video, because we are a consulting firm inside Mastercard, but it's a bit different between the typical consulting firms that you know, McKinsey's and so on, because of the... Oh, okay. Aqui eu acho que está aberto. Se fores para o Google Chrome. Okay, I have the internet.
Yeah, just trying to set up the video. Give us just one moment. If we're not able to do so, we will continue.
Yes, the idea of the video is to explain some myths that are somehow in the mindset of the students when they want to pick consulting, they think they are going to work a lot, the balance between the personal and professional life will disappear. So basically it's something to also to share our values and the way that we work in Mastercard. Não consegue fazer hotspot? Okay, so let's move because the video is not working or the connection.
In the meantime, perhaps just add a few things on what Jaime was saying. Not only Mastercard has been growing a lot, as they have been hiring a lot. So when Jaime, when you entered, you were like, I believe 20 people in Lisbon. In the past 2 years, we have grown a lot. We're around 100 now and planning to be a lot more in the next years. So it also demonstrates not only the growth of the company as a whole, but the growth of our data and services area and the amount of people that we're hiring. So also a good opportunity for you to get to know that.
And this is not Mastercard, it's an advice. And now
These were the faces of some of our colleagues when we told them 4 common myths about us Mastercard advisors. But let me break it down for you. Meet Vicky. Recently, she has spent a lot of time in bakeries where she investigated card acceptance and improved customer experience. So we typically work with the partners of Mastercard, such as banks, fintechs, airlines, and global merchants from various industries covering more aspects of real life than you would think. Mastercard is a technology company. We work on strategic consulting projects that go way beyond card-related topics. This is Timmy and Marty. Day by day, they deal with all sorts of digital solutions that make our lives easier. We work all over Europe, and our knowledge and expertise are in high demand even beyond the continent. Meet Anna. She spends most of her time here in Budapest, but in the last 2 years, she's had projects in Vienna, Tel Aviv, Skopje, Athens, Hong Kong, and the list goes on. This is Balint. He spent 2 months at home on paternal leave doing this. And finally, this is me. Hi, I'm Balázs. I might be a consultant, but that doesn't mean I need to organize my life around my work. I can leave the office while it's still light outside and enjoy my private life. Join our team today.
This was a movie done by our colleagues of Bucharest, and the ideas, Budapest, sorry, and the ideas were exactly the ones that I was sharing before. You have a work balance between professional and personal life. You can do projects in several countries. You can have that international exposure. You don't do just projects related with banks. We can also do projects with retailers, other type of companies, and also try to to diversify the products. We don't just sell products of Mastercard, but we work together with an environment of fintech startups that are appearing. Okay, here about the Lisbon hub, we do this type of project that we talk about business strategy. If you want to enter in new countries, launch new products, loyalty and marketing projects. So if a company wants to get more clients and get them more loyal to their company, and then we have the analytical and test and learn, that are platforms that work with the data that we have in-house and can improve the performance of the companies that we are working together. The team has background from different companies: McKinsey, BCG, HBC, Goldman Sachs, Deloitte, and Accenture, and so much more than this. And right now, the people from the hub, they did projects in around the world, so in Europe, in Asia, in the Americas. So we and also Africa, so we have that international exposure in-house.
Just, Jaime, before you move on, just to give my example, I joined the company a little bit less than half a year ago, and I already did a project in Switzerland, in Brazil, and in Spain, so I think it represents as well the coverage that we, and all the international projects that we do.
Okay, and... No, está frita. Yes, basically, also since I entered Mastercard 2 years ago, I did project in Spain, in London, right now in Portugal. So you also have the experience and the opportunity to work in Portugal. When I entered, before I entered, it wasn't a COVID era period, so everyone was traveling to the places where the projects were taking place. They were traveling 3-4 days per week. Every Friday they were at home, and then they can pass the weekend in Portugal. But of course, this international experience is something really important in our value proposition. Of course, because of this, we have a multicultural background and experience in our office. We have people from France, Italy, Spain, Portugal, and other countries. We have that work-life balance that we talked before. We do a lot of events together. We have paddle day, football day, drinks day, and we can do other type of events. We are value-driven culture. This is really important. For example, every employee has 5 days of volunteering days during the year. So if you want, you arrive one Monday, you pick that day to do volunteering activity, and then it's something that it's allowed and it's recognized by the company. And also we have a competitive benefits compared to the other companies that we know in Portugal. So basically, in the hub, we can be staffed in projects around the world, and we have an hybrid system also of being in home and in the office. We don't need the people to speak Portuguese. That's something that it's really good, because we can pick people that are right now in other countries and that want just to come to Portugal. So it's an opportunity for them to work in a company based in Lisbon that can have, and they don't need to speak Portuguese. And of course, the most important value proposition that we have in Mastercard, for example, is if after 3, 4, 5 years you are tired of working in consulting, we are a global company that we do a lot of things, as your colleague was saying, the part of payments, but also the cybersecurity, the intelligence, the digital services. So it's an opportunity to you to move to a different business line of the company. company, and it's something easy to do, and also to change to another country. We have several colleagues that were working, for example, in the Lisbon hub, and they decide to move to Spain. We now have a colleague that want to move to United States. So these type of things are a really great opportunity inside our company, and I think it's one of the biggest difference that we offer if you compare us to the strategic consulting firms. And here are examples of activities that we do outside of work environment: the paddle, the football, the drinks, and the flexibility to work at home. This is our other activities that we are aligned and are really important for us. The volunteering, we work, for example, with Banco Alimentar. We have an agreement with them that we go to Banco Alimentar at least once per month to help them. We also, in that picture, we went to plant some trees in Sintra. So it's we have this focus that it's really important for us. Then also the part of the woman empowerment. We have a group of women that are leading this movement inside, and a lot of men are working together with them also. And it's something that we would like to highlight, that there is equality between the genders, and also we are an inclusive workplace, that we don't discriminate, and we are focusing also in the minorities and so on. Then you can check here another benefits that are important in our value proposition: the competitive salary, the bonus, the pension fund that it's provided by Mastercard, the insurance that it's one of the best ones around Europe, the 25 days of holidays, and the 5 days of volunteering. That's really important. And how to join the team. Every year we have two main focus for the universities. One is for the internship, so basically in summer, in 2 months of summer.
Yeah, 2 months, June and July.
June and July, there is the opportunity for the students to participate in the internship. The idea is, if you provide a good work and you like to work with us, of course, it's to extend the agreement for the next year to enter as a associate consultant. So the idea is also every year we have also opportunity to associate consultant, that are people with less than 1 year of experience, to enter in the company, and we have 3 starting dates in March, June, and September. Okay, and so basically the process is or go through the website or in LinkedIn. You put your CV, and then it's, if the requirements are met, you go through the process that basically is to first a video interview, numerical test, and
we have so you mentioned the online games.
Yes.
Video interview. Then we have an analytical test, and then a round of interviews that we'll cover next on our presentation. That was probably also the reason why you joined this session.
Yeah, basically it's this. But I don't know if you have any doubts regarding the company or the basics. This is an introduction to the company.
So questions regarding the interview, we'll cover them next. But perhaps if you have questions about what we presented, about the company, about the role, anything, you can also do them later at the end, but whatever you prefer. Also at home, people joining online, if you have comments, they can comment, right? Yeah, so if you have them, also share with us. We would be happy.
Do you know where are our headquarters? No? In Lisbon, in Marquês de Pombal, but we are moving. We don't know where, but because we are growing, it's we need a new space. But any other doubts?
I have a quick question. I don't know if you covered this. Sorry. Okay. So as we know, we went through a pandemic and the work life has changed a lot. I wanted to know how Mastercard has changed or adapt their business model or the work life. So in the office, how it has changed, and is it becoming better because people like to stay at home or they don't? So what's your personal opinion?
So basically, of course, we follow all the instructions and rules of safety inside the office. And right now, the idea is at least to go to the office twice a week. So basically, before each week, you go to a platform and to a document, and you fill and block your desk, and for 1 day or two or more days for the next week, and it's like we are working. Sometimes you have to go to the client, so you don't need to go these 2 days to the Mastercard office if you are going to the client's office. Basically, there is a lot of flexibility, and it was really interesting because before I joined Mastercard, everyone was traveling, for example, for Paris, 3-4 days per week to have projects there. And during this period, we saw that we have the capabilities to work in team with people from different countries, but in distance. And of course, if it's needed, we can go for the important meetings to Paris to have that meeting, but it's no need maybe to go a lot of times to Paris in this example. Okay.
Just one little thing, I think maybe everybody is thinking about it. So regarding the internship, which is during the summer, will it be online or in the office? Have you?
So the idea right now is for the internship to be same as the conditions for the workers. So as of now, the plan is to be at least two days per week at the office. If you want more, of course, you're more than welcome. If not, I think that's the idea for now.
So, if there is no news, we can follow.
So, now we can move perhaps to the reason why you joined this session, to get to know a little bit more about interviews in general, consulting interviews in general. We'll use Mastercard interviews as an example, but we believe these are also representative of other companies' interviews, and that's why we're gonna do it. Just out of curiosity, first to start, I would like to understand, in the audience, how many of you have already did a consulting interview, so a case study interview? Okay. And do we have people that, although they didn't do these interviews, they are already preparing for these interviews or planning to do them this summer, in the next year? Okay. And the rest?
Can we know more or less the if you are from the third level? Year, sorry. Third, 4.
Okay.
5, 5th.
So kind of something that is expected. More people older are already thinking more about doing them or already doing them. Nothing too strange. Perfect. So I would like to start by saying that 2 years ago I was in your position thinking about doing consulting interviews, and it was quite threatening. I mean, not even knowing what a case study was. And so that's exactly what I'll try to do today, is to make it less threatening, explain a little bit more, give theoretical tips on it, and then going through a practical case I believe it's the best way to do it, and that's what we're going to do. So if you have any question in the meantime, feel free to raise your hand. Happy to answer any, if not, in the end. So, agenda for today. We'll look at a structure of a normal case interview, and then we'll go through the timeline, meaning what could you do before the interview to prepare yourself? What could you do during the interview? And then what can you do after the interview? So following this timeline. To start, the interview structure, a normal interview structure. This can vary from company to company. I'll explain Mastercard one, but I can also explain some variations that usually happen. So, Mastercard consulting case interview structure, common to most interviews. So first, a fit part, getting to know a little bit more about your experiences, your achievements, also getting to know more about yourself, your teamwork, leadership skills, all of that. Getting to know more about the motivation to join the company and to join the role. In this case, Mastercard and the role. And in the end, kind of aspirations, perhaps. What do you want to do next? What do you want to do in the company? How do you see yourself in the future? This is part of the fit interview.
Yes, I think this part is really important. Normally the people think that it's the part that it's easier and you don't have to prepare, but it's really important to prepare, to think about yourself, about your academic and professional path. So here it's really, really important to be prepared and to know about the industry, the company, so to prepare a lot, because it's where you make the difference if we know who is prepared or not. Okay.
Thank you, Jaime. Then, after this fit part, these first questions about yourself, about your interests and all, we would then move to a case interview, presenting you a problem statement. I'll give further examples later on, but the same things that Jaime was mentioning. We want to enter into a new market. How are we going to do it? This would be then the actual case, where you have the structuring part of the problem itself. You have usually also some quantitative math that you need to do to perform in order to get to an answer. And then after you reach a conclusion, an answer, synthesizing everything in order to conclude the case interview. Usually, again, in the end, you'll have time to ask questions for the interviewer, and that is the common structure. Some companies do things slightly different. They have just one interview for the fit, one interview for the case. Sometimes they're mixed. It depends slightly, but this is the most important part, and I think this is what you need to know now. Moving to how can we prepare then to these interviews. We have a case interview. Now we know how it looks like. How can I prepare to better perform on my interview? So the days before the big event. First thing I would recommend is for you to think about yourselves. So who am I? What have I done? Experiences. Looking at your CV. What have you done? Stories. Most of the times people also ask about stories. Tell me a time when you had a conflict. How did you solve it, for example? So thinking not only about the CV, about the experiences, but also about stories of your life, things that were important, moments where you demonstrated teamwork skills. Think about yourself, your past experiences, demonstrating also what you are best at, knowing your weaknesses, and being smart about how you are going to explain your weaknesses, because this is also something quite important.
It seems like a stupid example, but when we are in the calibration session, where we compare all the candidates. Sometimes we remember someone because they told us a really different story. So this is the guy that ran the marathon. So it's how you can highlight yourself from the back of candidates. So it's really important, yes, to prepare, to have your own story, and it could be completely different from the mainstream stories, but you have to have that story and to share and tell the story in the good way.
So after getting to know ourselves, looking inside, looking outside to the company, where am I applying to? What does this company do? What they're best at? Usually it's not, this is something that can be hard sometimes, because if we look at more traditional consulting companies, they don't do anything very different from each other. They can be quite similar. If it's a company like Mastercard, then it's easier because you can get to know the business, get to know a little bit better the company. If we're talking about more traditional consulting firms, this can be harder, but you can still try to understand what are their points of expertise, what are they better at, and so trying to learn more about the company, what do they do, the story, what are they best at, and getting basically the homework done to make sure you can not only demonstrate, if asked, the knowledge for the company, but also in some small aspects of your answers include some aspects that only a person that has researched the company would know, and that can make the difference again. This is always about small details, and these small details matter a lot. Some more tips for the fit part. So get a full analysis on the job description. Everything that is on the job description is important for your role and consequently for the interview. If you can, ask more information to the human resources that you probably can reach out to, or other people that you can reach out. LinkedIn is usually a good source for this. So going to LinkedIn, seeing if you know people that are already in the company, even if you don't know anyone in the company, perhaps talk with each other. Sometimes you haven't done the process before, but a friend of yours has already done the process and can give you more information about it. A tip that I haven't included here, but it's also something that I use quite a lot, is using online websites that have reviews on the interviews, opinions, experiences from past candidates. I use this a lot for my interviews. Having the pitch, preparing yourself, similar to what I mentioned before. I'm going to jump the next few points. The case study. So we know how the interview looks like. We know that we have a fit part, a case study, how to prepare for the fit, done. How to prepare for the case study. So first, what is a case study? What can they present me? So case study types. You can have a strategy case study type. How a company should act given a different scenario. A competitor has entered the market. A competitor has raised the prices. You have COVID appeared. What are you going to do? Strategy. Or more market sizing, so more for you to estimate a demand for a particular product, service. How many people in Spain buy shoes? What's the market for high-end shoes in Spain? Market sizing, trying to understand how can you estimate all of this, and you can prepare that in advance. You can try to prepare, think about what people can ask you, and have all of that in mind. So, what should you demonstrate on the interview? Problem-solving skills, communication and impact. The way you communicate, it's again really important, and professionalism and drive. Your language is also important. The way you communicate, it's sometimes not easy. We're used to having really informal chats with each other, and sometimes it's not easy to include this more professional vocabulary, but it's again something important. For the case itself, I know this might seem a bit theoretical. We'll dive into a practical example so that it's easier. So trying to go through it. If you have questions, please ask. But then moving to the practical example, I believe it will be even clearer. So, first of all, I have a statement. I need to create a plan to how to solve it, the structuring part of it. So, organizing all the information, different things can happen. So, we can have a problem statement that is really short, just so this happened, how will you react to it? COVID appeared, how are you going to react to it? Or, on the opposite side, you can be given a lot of information, some useless. And so you need to organize the information, understand which information is important and which information you need later on. We'll see that later. Again, the professionalism and drive, prepare your mindset for the interview. I know this might seem a bit silly, but I had my own steps before the interview. I was a bit paranoid with it. I had to look at this sheet of paper, understand all of this, prepare your mindset to be ready for the interview, to be ready to show yourself.
And it's important to have a specific place at home that it's calm to pick to do the interview, because for the mindset, that's really, really relevant.
Another thing that is quite important in terms of communication, it can happen that we don't know what to say next. And so the stalling aspect of it, of you trying to get enough time to think of while you're speaking, so without too much of a silence, it's also important. Repeat the question. So you're telling me that I should estimate the market of high-end shoes in Spain. Okay, understand. And you have a few more seconds to think of it. Also, one thing that is quite important, and it's not badly seen by the interviewers, is for you to ask time. Jaime, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's something that is well seen by the interviewers. If you say, okay, I'll just need a moment. Can I have a moment, please, to think about it? You have a moment, you structure your thoughts, and then you give an answer that is way more structured, way more professional, and that is also usually well seen by the interviewers. At the end, summarize everything that you found out. That's also, and the way you summarize can also be, you can also have a framework for the way you summarize everything. So usually what I do is going through the question, the problem statement, understanding what was the conclusion, and then giving the steps to how I reach that conclusion. You can really practice and have this framework for the synthesizing part.
Yes, I would like to highlight that part of don't give up. Sometimes when we have an example, the problem can be very open, and the interviewer don't have a lot of information, or just have the information to provide you to finish the problem. But sometimes if you try to ask for other information, it's not because you are wrong, it's because it's not the path to solve the problem. So sometimes you ask information, I can tell you I don't have, then you ask other type of information, I tell you I don't have, and sometimes the people think it's impossible, I can't get it, or he's joking with me. So it's really important to don't give up, to press, to ask for more information, and it's not a bad sign that you are going bad or not. It's because the problem is as is it.
So again, there are some materials that you can use to prepare this. You shouldn't prepare this by yourself. There's no need to it. You can do it, but there's a lot of materials already covering all of these aspects. We have these. Is this the pointer? Ah, perfect. We have several books that you can use, free books. You don't need to pay for anything. You can find these online. A lot of consulting firms' websites also have materials there on their website that you can practice. We have ours, so you can, if you want, scan this later on and go to our website. We have a lot of tips on the website to prepare for the interviews. And we also have examples of cases that you can use.
You have the lessons of Victor Sheng, that it's really popular in YouTube, and you can, of course, download it, the tools and the class that he has, and it's really important also because he presents as the problem, and he does the correction in 3 ways: in the bad way, in the medium way, and in the best in class way. So you can see the difference between the good and the worst interviewer.
Again, you can benefit from the fact that you're studying with other people to prepare for the interviews. It's way different to prepare for a case study by yourself or with others. So again, it's something that is recommended, and you can benefit from being in technique with other people that will likely also want to do case studies. So for the Q&A part of the interview, it's also important, again, the preparation, the homework that you did about the company. And you can actually ask questions that you want to know more about the company, things that you really want to understand if they interest you, if the role really interests you and the company really interests you. You should take that moment to use that. So, some tips. Write down your doubts on a blank piece of paper. During the interview, I would recommend doing this before an interview, and it doesn't have to be on a piece of paper. It can be on your computer. Prepare more questions than the ones you feel are needed. So, okay, I have prepared 1 or 2 questions, but on the first question that I asked, he actually answered both of them, and I don't have more questions. Be open, prepare yourself, have more questions than the time that you'll probably need. And again, discussing with friends, family, known people is quite interesting. A tip that I would add here is ask questions about the interviewer. Everyone, in consulting especially, but everyone likes to talk about themselves, and so they will be happy to answer any question about themselves, I'm sure. So I think it's something that I've used, not necessarily because of the reason, but something that I believe is good. Can this be without a battery? If not, I'll... Okay. And in the meantime, if you want to, yeah, thanks. So, other activities that you can do. Not only the interview itself, the case study itself is important, but this is, I would say, this is common sense. Perfect, it's working now. Yeah, this is common sense, I would say, still something that can be useful for you, for your life in general, not only for the interviews, for your life in general. Read books and news. Perfect, you're a more informed person. If someone asks you about the world, if someone asks you about a specific company, a specific industry, you already know more. Perfect, you should do this on a daily basis, not just for the interviews.
And normally you are more creative if you read, and not just the newspaper, but other type of literature, the novels, so on. You are more creative and think out of the box. That's really important.
Thanks. So again, something that you could use for your whole life, not specific for the interviews. Practice sports, do volunteering activities, sleep well. This will help you be more ready physically and intellectually. I would highlight perhaps the sleep. I think we can be tempted to sleep less on the day before the interview to prepare more. I wouldn't recommend this. I believe sleep is really important, but the rest, it's just common sense. I would still like to highlight that to you. Okay, we have prepared ourselves. Independently of how we've prepared ourselves before, now it's the decisive moment, the decisive time. We need to be ready, and that's part of the mindset. I'm gonna be ready. It helped me a lot having this mindset of independently of what I'll face, I'll be ready to answer and to solve it. The decisive hour. So, during the interview, you should focus again on everything that we mentioned before, but now on your posture, on the motivational fit, on the way you speak, on the enthusiasm that you demonstrate. It makes a lot of difference, and Jaime, you can perhaps add your experience here of watching an interviewee that has a very passive and low energy.
Yes, try to create empathy with the interviewer, try to show energy, that you are motivated, that you are happy of being there. So that's really, really important.
Again, what I did here a lot to create empathy is using LinkedIn, using people that I know to get to know more about the interviewer and help on the empathy. If I know that I did rugby before, if the interviewer also did rugby, I'm going to mention it, and it's going to help creating the empathy. These are some tips that can help for the interview itself. So why do we have only one slide for the interview itself? Because the interview is done before, is done on the preparation. So we have one slide for the interview. You can see it. Why? Not because the interview is not important, but because the work that you should do is before, not during the interview. During the interview is about the mindset, the empathy, and the communication. That's why. After. So, Vasco, the interview is over. Why are we talking about after the interview? That doesn't exist. It does. And there are things that we can do after the interview, actually. So, after the interview, what can we do? Well, first of all, as polite people, we can always say thank you for the time, thank you for being available. It also helps, obviously, on our prospects of getting a job, but it's being polite. Wait, we are all excited to get an answer, all excited to get to know if we're gonna get the job or not. We have to be patient, able to wait and to know the best time. Follow up. People, the company is not answering. They told me that they would answer in a week. I'm not gonna stall them before 3 or 4 days. But if more than a week has passed, follow up. Okay, I'm here, I'm still interested. I want to get to know more. And ask for feedback. This is not always, so after the interview, usually companies don't provide feedback. So they will wait for the decision to provide you feedback. But after the final decision, you can ask for feedback. It's good for you, good to learn for other interviews, and it's well seen again.
Yes, here in Mastercard it's really important because after the calibration session we pass the feedback of every candidates to the HR team that then they are going to talk with the candidates. But sometimes the interviewers can ask them to do that feedback session with the candidate because it was a special situation or specific things that he wants to highlight, or sometimes it could be proactive from the candidate that he wants to know more and not just the feedback he received from the HR, and the people and the HR can put in contact with interviewers to have more information. But it's also all times really useful to have more information why it was successful or unsuccessful to prepare for the next interviews.
So you can still do things after the interview. Questions. Do we have anything? I know that this probably was not that new for people that already prepared or did case interviews. For the ones that never did, I hope this was somehow insightful and we'll then get into a practical case to get to know better. But before moving on to that, do we have any questions on the overall structure of the interview, ways of preparing ourselves? Any question that you would like to ask before moving on? Also, for people online, it's even easier to type than to speak up, so please, nothing. Okay. No worries at all. So what we'll do then is to put a practical case then on. Hopefully we won't have technical issues as before. just to prepare yourselves, I will require your help now to solve this case or to give some ideas. This is really the objective, is for you to practice. Imagine this as your interview and you need to come up with something. So let's do this together. So, example of a case study, example of a problem statement, example of what an interviewer can say to you. You arrive at the interview, you probably did the fit before, and now the interviewer says, okay, can we move on to the case study? Are you ready? Yes. And an example can be something like this. A large multi-channel apparel retailer wants to introduce a winter 20% off sale on formal winter coats in their stores over the month of November. They have come to you to understand if this is a good idea or not. And this is possibly all they'll say to you in the beginning. It's a bit scary, isn't it? Slightly, yeah. So, idea here, once you hear all of this, which is quite short, what can you do? Things that I recommend. First, asking questions to better understand the question. Do you have anything you would like to ask the interviewer to better understand the case question? Location. So yeah, they mention in their stores, but in their stores where? Good question. And he might say only in a specific country, only in a specific region, everywhere. We're doing a pilot first. Perfect. Location. We have an answer, a question about location. What else would you like to know?
Have they done any promotions before?
Okay. So perfect. Have you done this before? So is this a good idea or not? I don't know. Have you done this before? Did it go well? Did it go wrong? Perfect. Looking at past experiences, perhaps not only for the company itself, but to other players, to my competitors. My company has never done this, but the competitor has done it and it went well. Why shouldn't it go well with me as well?
Maybe the reason behind it. Why is the client considering doing it?
Yeah. Yeah. Why are you considering to do
That's one of the most important questions because fits all the type of problems and it's really relevant to know what we are trying to solve. And in this case, they can try to understand this because we want to increase our revenues or because we have a problem of stock and like that. And when you prepare to these interviews, you will see that you can have buckets of type of problems before you solve them. And it's good to identify the type of problem that we want to solve. And that it's the typical question that will help you to guide and also that fits for all the type of problems that you are going to face.
Completely. So the case question mentions, is it a good idea or not? What does this mean? Do you want to maximize profits? Do you want to maximize revenue? What do you want? It's the why. It's exactly it. And a good idea is not clear enough. Always search for something clear as possible. Okay, so after these follow-up questions, so trying to understand where is the location, why are you doing this, have you done this before? Okay, now I understand the question, and now I have to structure. In order to structure, it's a good practice to ask for time to structure without starting immediately. Okay, can I have a minute or two to prepare myself? The interviewer will say yes. All the time? Can I say all the time, Jean?
Yes, because don't misunderstand the first part of the questions are context questions, just to clarify the statement that you have. Don't start trying, yes, November is a good time to sell jackets, so let's go. So it's the typical thing that you are not going anywhere. So first the context, situation, location, if we done that before, and the objective of the client, in this case of the multi-channel apparel stores, and then ask that time. They will give you that time to prepare the ideas, to think about. Don't stay 5 minutes in silence writing, but yes, ask for that time.
And now, before moving on, because the next slide has some lights on it, what do you think could happen if we this multi-channel apparel retailer introduces this discount? What do you think will happen quantitatively in terms of their sales? What do you think is the effect of introducing this? Do you have any ideas?
Considering it's the beginning of the period, considering it's the winter is starting, I think overall the sales will grow. However, we have to consider how you were saying the history, and if they have done this before, exactly when did they do it, because the response might be different considering it's the beginning of the winter and they are selling winter clothes. So.
Yes, exactly. I agree, because one of the things, if you are doing a promotion, the units of jackets, I don't remember, is the
winter coats.
Winter coats will increase. It can be one of the things that will happen.
So the idea, just to repeat, was the increase in sales of winter coats.
Okay.
Was it? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna sell more units of winter coats. Okay. This is one effect, one likely outcome. What else? What else should we consider when trying to understand the quantitative outcome of this?
By doing a promotion in November, you can lose the opportunity of doing that later, for example, after Christmas time.
Okay, that's actually really interesting, because you can lose, not only you can lose the opportunity of having the discount at another time, as if consumers know that you'll do a discount, they can pull forward their purchases. So I would buy a coat in January, but now that I have a discount, I'll buy it now, and so I'll lose the fact that I would buy a winter coat with 100% price, and I'll buy it now for 80%. So yeah, that's something also really important to consider. So right now we have more units sold. We have to consider the fact that we're gonna lose 20% of all the sales that would have happened without the discount. That's another thing. What else can you think of when looking at this? Can you think of anything else? Maybe, yeah. Usually they give this example with ice creams and the weather, but perhaps, yeah, if the weather forecast for this winter in Portugal is no rain at all, winter coats, what are they for? Awesome. Anything else? Perfect. So moving on, we have the benefit and loss from this introduction of the discount. We have the decrease in price for existing units that I was mentioning, the increase in units sold that was also mentioned. Two things that weren't necessarily mentioned, but they're also important to consider is, okay, I'm going to introduce this promotion, but this will have costs. People will have to know about this promotion, first of all. Even the signage in the shop itself has costs. I need to have people printing the labels, saying the promotions, actually having time of people putting them into place. So time, other costs associated with it, and impact of sale on other products. This is usually called cannibalization. So if I have the winter coats at a lower lower price. Okay, I was going to buy a different coat, not a winter one, but I see that the winter ones are cheaper. I'm going to buy that. And we should also consider the cannibalization effect of this. This explains a little bit what I have explained now, and so we'll move on to all of this. So we've explained what could be the effect of the introduction of this discount, and we can now understand the data that we can ask. So if we go back, we know that we didn't have much information. We knew that it was 20% discount. We knew some things, but we didn't have more data. How many units more are we gonna sell? Do you have that information from the past? How many units will be impacted? What's the cannibalization effect? Asking for data. So first, thinking about the effect of the discount, and then I understand this, and that. I need that information. And if we don't have this information, then we'll need to go in another direction, but I should ask for this information. Asking for the data. If I don't have data, then my recommendation is inevitably going to stop somewhere here, because we can explain theoretically what could happen, but we don't have numbers for it. So asking for the numbers. Suggested questions that we have here. What was the average price of a winter coat prior to the discount, in order to understand what is going to be the discount? What is the cost of producing a winter coat? Interesting. This might be useful later on. How are the sales of winter coats expected to change, that we've mentioned? The other associated costs. How many stores are we going to apply this to? How are the sales of other products? All of these. Important questions that you can and should ask on the interview. So, okay, the interviewer comes back to you saying, we have more information. We actually performed that analysis and we know all of this, Vasco. We know that the average price is 100, the margin is 50%, which already gives us more information, the expected pre-discount, all of the information we might need to then perform our analysis, and after the analysis, get to a conclusion. I'll move on in the interest of time. So now it's the time to do your math. Another thing that I didn't mention before, but I would like to mention it now, is for you to, I know all of you here in Technic will have enough math for all of these case questions. It's not about that. Sometimes it's actually the opposite, because we're not used to do some kind of easy math that might be important on an interview. So I really recommend going through all of this before the interview. For me, personally, I was really interested in showcasing my mental math skills. So I really prepared this and wanted on the interview to show this. This is not needed, but it was something that I really wanted to demonstrate, and that I thought that I could stand out on that. So that's what I did, and you can also do the same on your skills, understanding who you are, trying to prepare more.
And
more
for example, if the interviewer is giving you strange numbers, so 19.95%, be smart and use the 20. So he is trying to tease you, to try to see if you try to solve that in an easy way.
So this is more on the math, explaining the math. I think you overall understand what we were doing, the effect, and so this is just putting into practice the math. I'll go through it quickly, just to get to the overall impact. So doing all the math, understanding, quantifying all the effects that we considered, the overall impact is 1,000 more of profit. And so now we did our analysis, we get to a conclusion that this happens, this effect happens. It's the time for you to, again, going back to the problem statement, understanding what you did, the effects of introducing the discount, mentioning the conclusion, to say, yes, in fact, it seems like a good initiative. I believe we should do it, but you can also say next steps. Okay, perhaps we can better understand. This data was relying on a discount in June, but we're doing it in November. Will this change as a next step? Perhaps we can understand if the difference in time makes difference. So, okay, I did the math based on those numbers. The conclusion is positive. We should move forward. But as some next steps, we should make sure that this has the same effects. We can do this and that to be even more certain of our decision. This is something, again, that you can and should do at the end of the case. Final recommendation, based on the calculations earlier, incremental, what I just mentioned. And so, well, this was the case in itself. It's not, the pointer is not working, but it doesn't matter. It's not that threatening after all, right? It's a problem, it's interesting, and at least for me, when I was starting to prepare, I was afraid of case studies, but when I went through one, I was like, okay, this is quite interesting, and this adds on the things that we're learning here in Technical in a different perspective. Maybe for industrial engineering and management students, this is something more common because of the management part, but it's still something really interesting to develop in terms of the management skills, and I really enjoyed it when I did it. Yeah. So, Jaime, if you don't have anything else to add, I would open the floor for questions. Questions about the company, going back, questions about the structure of the interview, questions about this case specifically, anything that you would be interested on. Perhaps we can.
Nothing. So it's really important for us to have people that speak several languages. If, for example, you also speak Spanish, we try to do the fit part in Spanish to know if you really speak Spanish and so on. And then the part of the business case, it's all the time in English.
For Mastercard, obviously.
Yeah. More questions? Normally, you have 2 interviews, so it's a round of interviews, and it's 2 hours in a row of interviews with 2 different people. Okay, and the structure is the same. No, it's in both interviews. So it's a way to compare the candidates, have a different perspective of the interviewers, and also think maybe one of the interviewers is going to focus more in the part of quantitative part, and the other one maybe it's going to focus more in the strategic, so not so numerical based problem.
Great question. So my take on it, Jaime, go for it.
Yeah.
If you feel like, my take is always say and mention, be as transparent as you can. So the interviewer should be inside your head. If you're thinking that it doesn't make sense and you don't have enough information to pick a side, tell him exactly that.
Because it's the way that you are going to work in the future. For example, if you have any doubts, and it's normal that you have any doubts, you can share with the team, and in a teamwork, we are going to solve that doubts and try to present then for the client the final results. So in these interviews, what we want to measure is how do you think and how do you share your ideas, your doubts, any concerns that you have. So it's important to be transparent.
And explain that well. Explain the reasons why you're not confident enough. Explain or give ideas of what you could do to be more certain. So not only saying, I don't have enough information, I don't know which side to pick, I don't know which side to pick because of this, this and that, and I believe we could do this research, talk with this person, have this information to get to know better. So adding more information is always better, of course, and more details. Do we have people that are going to start preparing for interviews now after this presentation? At least give it a take. It is, I mean, it was interesting and fun for me to do them. It might be, you have to put a bit of effort into it, but it's fun.
And I think this session, it's a good opportunity because when I was in your place and I was in the third year, I didn't have anyone that told me that business case had this structure, the interviews were like this. So it's a good thing to prepare with time. That a good recommendation also is if you have a specific company that you like more, don't be your first interview. Try to do another ones to see how it works and how do you feel in the interviews, and then try to reach the one that you like. So try to be also strategic and smart in the part of choosing the companies and the interviews that you are preparing.
Perhaps just as a last tip, I would say these interviews are usually very competitive, and it's common that companies make mistakes when choosing people, or that they're not able to accept everyone. Please don't give up after having bad experiences. It's normal. It's hard to pick the right person. It doesn't mean that you're not the right person for consulting if you don't get into your first, second, third consulting interview. It's about also don't giving up and all of that. Yeah.
Yes, I think that's really important, and also try to ask for feedback, try to understand what happened, and that's really important, and then put it in practice to don't happen again. Having said that, if you don't have more doubts, it was a pleasure. Thank you very much for this time.
Yep. Thanks a lot. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to us, either through email, LinkedIn, whatever. Happy to answer any of your questions about Mastercard or interviews in general. Happy to answer that.
Gostava de agradecer a presença dos nossos convidados, o Jaime e o Vasco, e gostaria de vos convidar para um pequeno coffee break que vai haver na sala 0.32, acho eu. E desde já também gostava de vos falar de um evento que vai acontecer, que é o Lisbon, dia 19, que é um caso de estudo, onde vocês podem ter uma melhor ideia do que vai acontecer neste tipo de entrevistas e treinar para as entrevistas.